All right. I don't really remember what we ended doing last time. Oh yeah, we just got rid of him.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. The squished little thing has no idea. I know. You should find the gun that shot this bullet.
Okay. I could sell it for a profit.
That sounds like something a police detective would do. First, you should learn all you can about this little guy. Then find the gun that shot it and the person that gun belongs to. He used it to kill your victim. Neato.
Feel it.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
Oh, okay.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark gray core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
Ugh.
What's interesting about the bullet thus far?
Yeah, okay. It's jacketed and it's close to 5 millimeter.
A jacketed bullet, which would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzle loader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez. Very interesting. You have an unusual military-grade bullet in your hand. Now all you need is to find a gun that could fire it.
Oh, the rifle that I have is the same sort of type.
A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique. The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you, the dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly.
Okay.
If it no, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war, so there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers, you're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order. Back at the station, the lieutenant is standing at a counter, diligently filling out paperwork to hand over to a tired records clerk.
Good.
You should share your findings with him as soon as possible.
I will. Maybe, if he's good. Let's see if Titus is still around. He is. Hello.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I found a bullet.
A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Huh. Very curious.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
Logical.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Sire, it would be an event most dramatic if you were to produce the bullet and dangle it before their very eyes.
One might like grab it or something, or I don't know. I'm not going to dangle it in front of him. It would be very dramatic drama, but
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
that won't account for the wounds that we found.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
All the goofing around is to avoid lying. It's a technique.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
Lawman.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'll find it. Let's not tell him about the witness. We could be putting that dude in danger. Let's see.
You see a heavy...
Yeah, we still can't get in that door. Maybe we'll go talk to Joyce about the bullet. Or about more life lessons. Okay, so the bookstore's already closed. Yeah, I thought it was kind of useless, but I actually really like being able to zoom out this far. Get out of there. Oh, in 3 hours we'll be sober. Okay, I need to wash myself. Conceptualization. We failed a conceptualization choice with Joyce? Where? When?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Yeah, from questions.
More lessons in basic reality?
Possible.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Even with 8 conceptualization, this is basically impossible.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Let's put on our cop coat. See if that increases our odds at all. Where the heck is it? We have so much stuff now.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality?
We'll probably
My
fail
favorite
this.
part of the day.
But
Go
it's
ahead,
quiet.
ask me anything.
Let's do it.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Huh.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
What's this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
Slot.
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After, les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
I didn't know what a bâtiment is. Let me look that up. That's strange. I don't see anything in tenement that means it specifically has to be old, but that is interesting.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived here?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Well,
Splat, splat.
there's no way we could have heard her.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that? Went to Cindy.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Yeah.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Excuse me?
Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags.
Okay, so she's a
She
hipster.
prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Make it more complicated.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat, all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
Oh, true.
And what would that be?
Disco. Ooh, maybe a cop infraculture? No, disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabble in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory.
Not so long ago. Don't you mean like 15, 20 years ago? Jeez.
Nothing infra about disco, baby.
You disco?
Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me.
The new.
The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal.
Ultra.
It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now.
Sounds fun.
Wasn't it Guillaume le Million who said, If you can remember the new, you weren't there.
I was just thinking about that guy. I internalized a thought about him.
Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it?
That's true. I still want to know.
I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease.
Oh. Not autoerotic asphyxiation.
You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you?
Maybe.
I'm afraid no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-colored take. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
There's white checks. We might as well do it, even though we will certainly fail.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all.
That's all.
The doubt is fully formed in your head. The alien feeling persists. You just can't word the question yet. You have to complete the jamais vu thought first.
I don't have the jamais vu
Glad
thought.
to have been of assistance. The little...
Oh, no, I do. Okay. Okay, so we need to complete this thought. When to start this thought? The most important of all the thoughts. The one you must truly complete. It's okay. We'll have that completed in an hour. I think Joyce will even still be around then, so... Oh, can we still go in the trash can? I don't think that we can because we gave the key back, right? So it's showing green like it's unlocked. I still need to figure out how to talk to her.
The trash container stands in the spring snow. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you.
Oh, we didn't
You
lock
see
it.
soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
No, I guess we've already been through all of this.
There's nothing more of interest in this sludge of peels and meat byproduct. Try the carton or those stinking rags. Not much to see here anymore.
Yeah,
The
okay.
container sounds a muffled gong.
Boom. Speed train, Puno leaving station. Yeah, you guys need to go to bed. Okay, so there's some way to get up there. I just don't know how. Should go take a bath though. That'll complete one of my tasks. Let's see. okay. Let's just go take a bath. Oh, I didn't put on my other coat again. Yeah. I guess I'll
This
take
is
it all
not
off.
the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now.
What isn't?
Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
Smells like life. Oh man, we can keep the corpse smell? No, surely, I mean, with how much we were gagging at the beginning, there's no way we could enjoy that. Let's
The
take a bath.
bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Sure.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies.
Let's take them out.
The cans
Oh,
continue to
I
bob,
picked the
as
wrong
do
one.
your thoughts, aimlessly splashing up against the sides of the tub.
Let's imagine.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
Darkness.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools.
Okay, let's get out.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Ugh. Hey, we're clean. Wow, maybe we did more than I thought we did. I mean, some of these are things that we failed. Like, where's the... Yeah, this. Cancelled. Okay, so things that say cancelled, we failed. Forfeited. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Those are the only two, though. So tomorrow we'll be able to do, I think, all these time things. Maybe we'll be able to do this today, but probably she goes to bed too. Yeah, most of the stuff is, I don't think we'll be able to do tomorrow. There has to be a way to get higher up. Oh, nothing. Just don't know how to get up there. How close are we here? I don't have another book to kill. Maybe I should just go to sleep. Wait, is this green? Is this green? We can't
You
go in
see
there yet.
a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. It's
Yeah, okay.
painted blue. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
It must be like from in here, maybe like an elevator up. He was still awake. I haven't picked up any more garbage to sell. Oh, Measurehead is still up there. Maybe he has something new. I don't know how to get up here either. I feel like I need a jetpack.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Maybe we can talk to Everard. Just don't want to go to bed before we internalize that thought. Like, how much longer do we have? 54 minutes. Oh wait, I can sit down inside Renee's shack, can't I?
This is the night watchman's booth.
right.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons.
Search for something.
The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of date.
Read.
Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction,
Oh,
critical flatulence,
critical.
watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to la opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Maybe this was a bad idea.
Let's not take them.
You stand and exit the booth.
Did any time pass? 2 minutes. So no, not really. I was hoping that would just pass some time. let's go talk to Everett. Oh, you're still here.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back.
They
And
can only
lots
go
of
so
folk
far.
really did keep coming back.
Look, that little falsetto he did. Got some questions.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
You work here.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
Are the two of them ever in the same room together?
Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Mrs. Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio.
Wait, you're married?
But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I think you're doing a great job, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
Okay, cool. You guys, what do you mean? I'm just one person. Innocent here. Mrs. Beaufort. Okay. Oh, he's not here. I guess he does sleep. Whoa. No, get back here. Something forgotten on the coffee table. What's forgotten on the coffee table? What coffee table? I don't see anything. Is it too dark? Nope, nothing here. Just coffee. Okay, let's try and kill some more time. Maybe we should just go to bed. We can always talk to Joyce in the morning. I need to remember to buy a book or something next time I'm at the bookstore. That's it. I can't just read a book I already read, can I? We can try. Sure.
The face, this section, you also skip. Apparently, you flip back to the comrade, but only 4 issues. So please, you flip back to the front of it. Takes a why? As you leave, the main feature though is a long essay titled "This So-Called." You flip back.
That did not pass any time. I think only responses that we have not picked before will. I could try seeing if we still have anything to read in that other book, except that's the book that physically hurt us to read.
A lorry stuck in the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorry. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you.
Oh, what's this? Oh.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
Reconstruct.
Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use.
How do we fail that?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
We have a skill point. We could retry that, but it's probably not super important. I feel like I would rather save my skill point. You know what? No. That's stupid. I just have to have to try this again.
A crumpled billboard. The sign billboard
What
has
happened?
fallen on the waterlock. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
Look at the crater.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
The roof.
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal.
Okay.
The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently.
How recently?
Within the past 72 hours.
I wonder if that's where the lady driver went. Maybe that's why we can't seem to find her. Or maybe she's the woman who's on top of the whirling in rags. I don't know.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
What was this vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linéaire G22.
What's a Capri 40?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage.
If only Kim was here, he might know more.
The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers.
Topping pie delivery drivers? What's a topping pie delivery driver? They just deliver pie toppings? Very confused. Not confused about the strippers, but the topping pie delivery drivers.
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump. The Linéaire G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
Okay, I guess, we'll be able to do that tomorrow. Hello, sir.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yeah, what do you know about the car that ramped over your building?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
Why not?
I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled well with the movement of my thoughts.
Your thoughts do seem particularly slow. Yeah, it drove over
Now
here.
that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop and then moving on.
A vortex. Tell me more about this vortex. It's another sign that the end is nigh.
The end? I don't know about that. Seemed more like a sign of a large-scale transformation. Shook the entire shack.
Okay. It's going to become much bigger.
An end implies a stable state, whereas we can see from experience that everything is in fact always transforming. Thus, there can be no end.
There can be an end to the transformation. There are dark forces at work now that we cannot even envision, much less see.
The dark always has its counterbalance in light. Neither will prevail. The cycle will continue.
Want to share your pure holodon with me?
Have you tried it before?
No.
If you say so. Here you go, man.
Oh, do we do it or not? Just one.
Of course.
Okay, we can use it. It increases our psyche, but lowers our health. Okay, that seems helpful. Uses left 3. Was that thought gonna pop? $37 Yeah, time is not passing quick enough. Let's just go to bed. Okay, just like rest on the
You
bench.
sit on the wind-worn wooden
Oh!
planks of the bench. Your feet ache.
Yeah, okay. Stare into this. Yeah, think deep thought. Yes.
You finally stop picking your nose.
Oh.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
What world are we in? +1 XP for every orb clicked? Oh, like the orbs around my head, okay. Plus 1 XP isn't very much. Oh well. Yeah, let's go talk to Joyce. Tell me about reality. Do you ever go to sleep, Joyce?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
Oh,
Go
plus
ahead.
12.
Ask me anything.
Yep.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
Enough.
It must be. This is the greatest and the kindest arrangement the atoms had in them.
The best of all possible worlds.
Indeed. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included. Elysium.
The world needs a term of endearment. Yeah.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
Petro-fascists. Sure.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
Why?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
It's a ball?
That's looking less and less likely, Detective. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG. Occident Revachol Grad.
Is it not a ball? Is it a flat? Are we on a flat Earth?
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
Virus.
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Oh.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Pale? And what do you mean, corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
Swathes? Not swaths?
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
I don't think a fractured corona can bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Oh, well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
What is pale?
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. It is the opposite of reality.
What is it, though?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
What is an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
An insulinde is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest.
the
What can I
bluest.
say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay.
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
So yeah, I thought this was just like a regular world with like different little continents or something, but no, this is a whole bunch of like different like fragments of world in like a void of nothingness. I was definitely not picturing the geography of the world accurately before.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
And what about up there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
What does that mean? Why is it so disco? Yeah, how do you get from Isla to Isla?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
Pale can damage the mind.
Extensively.
How so?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
This setting just became like a million times more interesting.
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
What does overradiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No nameless detective of the Citizens Militia.
I'm not nameless. I know my
I am
name
a
now.
member of the Entropanetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Oh. Do lorry drivers pass the test?
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the PAL driver about this. See what she says.
I will. Are you overrated?
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
What does entropinetic mean?
Entroponetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it?
There are signs of pretermodern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Okay.
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
And if we do not?
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
What are its physical qualities? Well, it doesn't sound like it really has any.
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Those numbers stop working me. How much Pale is there?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. What do you think, Detective?
The Pale has grown.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Where would we go? Oh no. I know it's going to happen.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Okay.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
Yeah, some have vague shadows.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. I'm worried, I have to say. It doesn't sound very liberal to me. It's disco.
Mm-hmm.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
I'll handle it.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Okay, thank you.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Nope. Now it's bedtime. Let's get our crowbar back out. We have a skill point. I don't know what we're going to spend that on. We're going to try and increase our authority, maybe. And I'm hoping that Kim will be back in the morning. Otherwise, we let those boots get away from us for no reason. Yeah, there's the Pale Driver there. Sorry, let's go talk to the Pale Driver. I have a feeling she stays out pretty late. Yeah. Hello.
The woman is still hunched over the railing.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
Oh, I can't actually talk to her about it? You seemed away.
What do you mean?
You were blacked out.
Because I'm one of the best communers around. That's why. I bear roots no one else will.
What roots?
Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain,
The Western Plain, okay.
the Transcatolia Magistral, you for 1A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly.
Yeah, right on.
Irmao, I already am dust.
Yeah, I guess we don't really have any new dialogue with her right now. It's a shame. I thought that we would. So yeah, let's just go to bed. Good night, Gart.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Bam.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Brother man.
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
Well, not lately. I haven't drank anything in the last 2 days.
But this suffering, it must have some kind of meaning. A story that will come out of it. Perhaps even a story that you will write yourself.
I think I need medical attention.
Oh, yes. They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay. The Wonder Makers.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I look at people all the time.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Thoughts!
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Oh. Well, thank you, limbic system. I'm glad that I hear all these different voices in my own head. Never lonely. I wish I had some pajamas. Let's try and change our face again if we can.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Oh, we need higher electrochemistry to do that. You know, I think we can fix this dang sink. Interfacing. Where are you? Where is interfacing? There it is. Is it worth spending a point here on something that we already... Probably not. Let's see. So we have an hour and a half till we internalize the apricot chewing gum scented one. Our ex-wife, I'm assuming. And we have a little bit less than an hour and a half before we hopefully become sober. I'm gonna save that skill point. Who are you? Okay, there's a bunch of new people we can talk to now. Okay, let's talk to you first, Kim. Hello.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
So the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy?
There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have in mind. You seem to wish there was
I guess that settles it then.
Excellent. Was there anything else?
Yeah, why are we on the same case if we're from different precincts?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know why I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity.
What kind?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Oh, okay.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Okay.
So he
We're lucky then.
volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary. Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are two columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
Now, why did the station send me?
It's all part of the master plan, you see.
Because they don't seem to like me very much at the station. Yeah, I don't know.
The silence carries.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
What was I sent?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Oh. Well then.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Yeah, let's talk Kim.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Oh, why?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
So maybe you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
Oh, okay.
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Well, that's actually really sweet, Kim. Thank you. By the way, I can't remember anything. I know you already know this, but I haven't clicked this before.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
No, my liver and kidney are hurting.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
Yeah, maybe it is brain damage.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
You're following me.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
You mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
What do you mean?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
Yes, but containers contain things, shiny things. They're interesting.
That's racist. I don't prioritize containers.
I'm sure you don't. It's just a stupid interdepartmental thing. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
He's absolutely right, though. I do prioritize containers.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform
Horse-faced.
winces as she notices you.
She doesn't look horse-faced in her little portrait.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
Oh. Why?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Yeah, I didn't realize there were other cops here.
No, you're not. You're not the only cop in the world. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct are you from?
What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
Maybe I am. You're the police, right? Cool. So am I.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
Judith. What are you, the police, doing here?
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
A horse-faced woman.
You're a fucking asshole. Are we done here?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, lady. It says that, though.
You look like shit.
Who are you?
And I don't mean that as a
Is
metaphor.
that a horrible wig and sunglasses? Are you undercover? Who are you? Yeah, it's what's on the inside that matters. Now, last couple of days have been rough.
Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It has. Thank you, horse-faced woman.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise.
Are you wearing a disguise?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy?
We'll see you around.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
I recognize your voice.
Oh, really? I wonder where.
I lost my badge recently. When I called in to report it missing, you were there.
That's the where you remember me from?
Yes.
You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice.
Let's put on our top coat. And maybe some, like, real gloves. What are we doing?
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Who are you?
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Do you know me from somewhere?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
From where? Another life?
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
41st, of course.
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Talk about Station 41.
Okay.
It didn't force the rest of his line. What would our relationship be in this hypothetical station?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Kim's cooler than you.
I'm sure he's fucking flattered, but Kim is not part of his thought experiment. In this one, we're partners.
The lieutenant is silent.
You do sound like a bit of a drag.
None taken, my friend. None taken. Let's be honest. There's been some purely fictional talk in our imaginary station in regards of who'd even be worthy of your partnership. And the conclusion is that a man with your caliber should form his own one-man policing unit. Anyone else would just slow you down.
I agree. Who else is in our imaginary police station?
You're not going to believe this, but... police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock.
I haven't drank for the last 2 days, dude.
Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lung.
I'm the far-out son of Lung.
Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
Tell me more about it.
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Maybe I am, though, Kim.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Do you have a crime to solve?
Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
Okay.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
See you around.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
Very weird.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still. Yes,
I mean, I sort of did
just
ask
cross
him.
it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Okay, unhypothetically, are we from the same police station?
This shit. I'm going to say no, just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Okay.
Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work.
Okay. Interesting. Gart, anything new on your end?
Can I help you?
I guess not.
Hi, gendarme.
Oh, it's
Another
you!
rendezvous.
I didn't recognize you from your actual 3D model. Hello.
Hello, hello. So what brings you here?
I met your friend.
You did? And how did you like him?
He was magically bureaucratic.
I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people.
What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
And what exactly do you mean by this?
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Oh, okay. That's not friend.
It is. On Sundays.
He was just staying at your apartment the other night.
He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
Sure. I want to talk about you.
What about me, gendarme?
What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I live here. I am going to sing karaoke at some point.
Really? Well, I look forward to that.
Tell me about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What else besides muscular did he have about him?
Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries.
Oh, okay. It's probably the guy at the front of the, scabs.
He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
I don't know what that sounds like. Oh, you know what? I will be right back. I have a package at the door. I'm back. What did you tell him?
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
And he bought that?
Why shouldn't he?
I guess.
What friend?
The witness.
No, I don't think it came up.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
And what else do they look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Okay.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
What is it about you?
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
I made it up. I'm not bringing that up.
Hmm?
Leave.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
We've offended enough people, so... Oh, this BRB is so good. Be gone.
Hi again, gendarme.
No,
Bye-bye,
I don't want to
gendarme.
talk to you. Get out of here. Oh, I still don't know how to get to her.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Okay, yeah, the armored boots.
Sorry, sir. I still haven't heard back from the database people. Try
What?
calling again later. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Later today, or... Ugh.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
I was told to call you. People are worried about me.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's Firewalker here.
Firewalker? Oh, yes, you are. Just don't breathe in the general direction of your fire feet. Actually, wait.
What?
Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep, diaphragmatic breath in and...
Man, my coworkers are so rude to me.
It would be an artistic statement of some kind or another. Self-immolation has been all the rage in Lomangpang for a while now, especially among university students. It is particularly popular in Koh Hoi, where such acts get the most press.
But what?
Young religious people protesting on the Seraise government, which they consider to be oppressive. It's also got something to do with the encroaching Occidental influences on the local way of life. You have to not like a lot of things to set yourself on fire.
Young people are stupid.
Yes, especially young people in young countries. Anyway, answer the man.
would be an interesting art piece.
Sounds more like a newspaper headline that will surprise absolutely no one. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems?
I've lost all my memory.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
If only it was that easy.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
Is there anything you can do?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
I can't handle that right now.
You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime.
The money is probably going to some old, oily...
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactosin.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Okay.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Well, that's it.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Let's run our fingers over that steering lever.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Tap on the gauge.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Yeah, that's fine. Yo, you have anything more to say, dude?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Yeah, whatever. Hey, Kim.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
Let's dangle it.
Okay. And?
I think it came from a Belle McGray rifle, just like I happen to have.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Revachol, really.
A good thing.
I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century and banned the use of breech loaders in peacetime. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralist International in all the nations of the Real Belt.
Does make you consider shots. Sure.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation.
Yeah, the victim could have been mixed up with some foreign guerrilla fighters.
Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Sure. Sure. Yes, yeah. Let's talk to the big scab. I don't know why we went this weird route to get there.
Right
to work! Right to work! Shame on...
What's it to you?
Curiosity.
Big mess, caused by union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs. He seems a more brutal, cunning, and suspicious person. Just a hunch. Or you just might be paranoid.
Yeah.
The man has turned his...
Well, I guess since we can actually go across the water, hopefully, let's do that. Whoa. Oh, that's just Renee and Gaston. Oh man, they actually removed that sign?
A rusting control... You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. The water lock starts moving.
Woohoo!
All right, we can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks. And if you wanted to forge that document for Everard, now you can.
Yeah, I'll talk to the actual folks first. Whoa, what's all this? What's all this now? Empathy, German biker cop Sonnies. Oh, can we really not get in? I'm holding chain cutters. Okay, I guess we can't get in through there yet, at least. Nice. Give him some money again. Whoa. Whoa. Birds in the birch tree. Well, that's delightful. We had yes. The 4-story buildings? Oh, okay, those are big buildings around us. Oh, is this a sad song? I sure hope so.
The worn map features the...
Oh no, not the map. I want to inspect this.
There's no way to listen to the tape without a working tape player or portal reel at hand.
We can get that from the pawn shop.
A pawn shop? A pawn shop would have a tape player.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if we have the money to splurge on it though. Oh, maybe all this garbage we're picking up can pay for it. Oh. Where do I wear that? Oh, of course, it's a tie. Yeah, let's keep it on. Just a random chair. Alright.
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
Great. I found somewhere new to sleep.
Huh?
Pretty much finished this case from under that boat there.
Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment, officer.
I'm completely serious, Kim.
I understand the situation looks grim, but we must continue with our investigation.
You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return.
Oh, the vehicle.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Okay.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Looks like it.
It was against the law.
Not as such, no. Let's keep moving, detective.
Darn. Fuel canister. Let's look at it. Oh, we can't look at it. What am I doing with all this random garbage? Should I sell some of this? So that's a government fuel canister.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
Indeed.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
What's the model?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
Eat it. Mom's been there.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Oh, okay, another wait.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket.
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Sweet.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground,
Kim, push
the
me.
world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and the sunken car. The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Thatcher is taking its sweet time.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
Why do we have to sit on the
Clouds
swing
on
and
the
wait?
horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
It's taking a long time.
The world turns as fast as it wants.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
You make out the mark now.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40.
I guessed that before I even saw it.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
Is that a number?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
It's from my precinct. Is this my car? Did I do this? Oh no, this is my car, isn't it?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach,
Man,
and
my
the
badge
most
is in it.
terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy, and the tastes sour to breathe. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Yep, I did it.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Maybe I was in pursuit of someone. Probably not, but maybe.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
How do we get it up?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So we're just gonna leave it?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
Well, what's in it? May my badge. Please be my badge. We know it's not a gun.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Wow, so this took like 3 days to frickin' internalize, and it's mostly just penalties. That sucks. Well then.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
We have 3 skill points though, jeez. Do we really want to know about this? What's the worst thing here? I don't really want to get rid of any of these. Maybe this is the worst, I think. He died of autoerotic asphyxiation. Not, venereal disease. Joyce was wrong. Damn it, Joyce. I guess this isn't super useful, but we use conceptualization a lot. Because of this. I think that we forget this to become a cop of the apocalypse. Oh, I got my badge, thank goodness. Oh, and I have a commander's jacket. Dude, that's gonna look sick, ain't it? No, it's too short. Maybe I just need to wear different pants with it. I don't have any better pants, though. Yeah, let's keep this on for now.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Yeah, my name is Harry. I accept it.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Oh, I didn't even know that's how he was determining what to call me.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information. The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that, but the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
Yeah, I probably looked better.
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
Oh, he's not more handsome then.
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
W. Freighter.
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Okay. What is that?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens' militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last-century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Ooh, kings.
Kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
What's a satellite officer?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Okay, so we're the same rank.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
Well, thank you, Ken.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
Well, I don't think that most of this other information is very important.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Okay.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
Issued
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Maybe.
A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself to death to earn that rank. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes.
Okay. Awesome. We're slowly solving the mystery of me. Whoa. Sounds of life. Allez-vous-en. Ooh, pants. Pants, pants, pants. I have been looking for some... Oh. Plus from the Kingdom of Conscience. I don't have that. Oh, those do look nicer, though. Damn. Too bad there's none of the stats to back up the look. Curtains. Whoa. Quick travel unlocked. Wait, this game had quick travel? Oh, there's too much stuff on this one spot.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Okay. Abby, don't call Abigail. Ooh, coins. Delightful, delicious coins. Okay, come on. Let's go in here. Nice. Let's not have our train cutters out. Let's put this pry bar out. Magnesium. Okay, I do have enough money, I think, that I can go spend on, that portable tape player.
Hey, tequila!
A two-piece Electra tracksuit.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Yeah, I'll shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Tequila.
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Idiot Doom Spiral.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang.
Leader of the first years here at Cromarty High. I've re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image, a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Oh.
Please don't go. Don't go. Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out.
Are these the guys who were working at, what is it? What was that business called? The one where they're making We're All Untethered.
So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
What was Tequila Sunset?
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
I don't.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Go ahead, my man.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
Okay.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is.
Yeah.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
I don't actually. I'm sober.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs.
I am the law.
The time hath come.
Aw, that's good too.
So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, the time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things.
I mean, that is pretty true. Every word I said was true. Tequila Sunset will break the looms of reality.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice. We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
Naturally.
We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Okay, sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree.
How long did we party?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Uh-oh.
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Indeed.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
I mean, that was just like a regular Friday night for me.
If you only knew.
I was saying about my colleagues.
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
I mean, that checks out.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I tell him about my ex-wife?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Shut up, Rosemary.
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing my gun?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Yeah. What about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Do a lot of cops reach that level of alcoholism, though? Jeez. Okay.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Do you guys want to sign this document?
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The
I have a pen.
pro's gonna do it.
I've got a pen.
All right.
Sweet.
Hey, Abs. Hey, Abs.
Don't you? You call Abigail?
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abigail. Great job, Abs. Nailed it.
I have my pen back.
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
Ugh.
No, that was my favorite thing of all the things you have.
Very well.
No problem. Now, where did I put that,
Fucking hard work done for the day, man.
Don't call Abigail.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Yeah.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Cool.
So cool.
But where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
That's true.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I guess there's no point talking to the rest of these fellows. No, let's do it.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
I'm the law.
You really don't have to. Besides, he won't understand you anyway.
Abigail. Oh, Abigail.
Who is Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
Okay.
Don't call Abigail.
What about you, Rosemary?
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
What are you talking about?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Oh. So, okay, he's my friendly local drug dealer. What's this bottle cost? 300 real.
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
Okay.
You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What?
What was funny?
This guy.
Where'd you get the bottle of spirits?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
Sounds dangerous.
It was. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing.
What do you mean the missus? You guys look like you're absolutely like just homeless drunks.
Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Okay.
The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead thingies.
Dead thingies.
Swipe 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
3?
Don't say it.
Sure.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
What does it do? I'll take it.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
I will.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Sure thing, boss. Oh, we can get a nice profit for that. So, when we were talking to Everett, and it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna build a huge youth center here, whatever, and it's gonna be really loud and probably drive people away. I was thinking this was going to be like a normal neighborhood over here, and not just an absolute horrific slum. Honestly, I could care less if these people have to deal with some sound for like a year while they're doing construction. These do not look like people who even could leave. Children, do you have a glove? If you do, it's not yours.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
You twins?
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Yeah.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
It's impossible to be good with kids. They're too stupid.
You're right there. Let's see if we can find some police work, shall we? We're not getting anything here.
Where's your mom?
The kids don't reply.
Put your mother on the
Absorbed
phone.
in their little game.
Very well. Are you the mom? Old lady.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the Apricot Suzunti.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
Lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Yeah, we don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Me specifically, or the cops?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
The end is here.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen. People would have told us.
This lady just told us, Kim.
Maybe they are afraid. Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So
Treasure?
are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
Agoo.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
Anything else?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed.
All right.
As I said, it's a peninsula. There's no one there, just ghosts and vagrants, and teenagers making out.
Where could I stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Free?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Awesome.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Thank you.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Indeed. Well, thank you, old lady. That was very kind. What are you saying, though? Speak Revacholian. Oh, are you the kid with the glove?
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Do you have armored gloves?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there. I hid them. The twins were going to take them. They're stupid.
Of course, they're children.
We are going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Oh, that's not nice. Oh, what's that stuffed bird?
It's a grouse.
I love it.
Wasn't Garp, the cafeteria manager, trying to repair a piece of taxidermy?
Can I have it?
Sure. Just go and get it. I don't like it anyways. It looks angry.
Sweet.
All right. You just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
What's that toy you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Can I have him?
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Looks like he needs some medical assistance.
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a...
Revolutionary?
Yes! Lammy was a resolutionary.
Where are your parents?
My mom's outside. And I don't really know about my dad.
Oh, Are the twins your bros?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
Indeed.
They look identical.
Ugh.
Bye!
I need that grouse. Stuffed bird acquired. And now this area's open up. We're making all sorts of... Well, I don't know if we're making progress, but we're doing all sorts of stuff. What's this? A book. A primer for small kids. Perfect. There's the sandcastle, I guess, over there. Okay, I can hear a heater.
The door has seen better days.
Oh, this is my
I'll
house.
wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click.
Check out my new digs. So, we're not going to go to bed. Oh, cool jacket.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Is shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Sure, let's try.
Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves.
Fine.
Thank God, I would have cut your throat. The centipede is exaggerating. People don't actually cut their own throats when they're shaving. At least, not accidentally.
And... oh, sure. Hand-eye coordination. Let's increase it and try shaving again.
On the table, you see a bowl of, like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman. You use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing
Our
a
portrait
scratching
changed.
sound.
I prefer the
The
mustache,
surface
actually.
underneath the beard
This
feels
was a bad
toned,
idea.
the air brushing against it, chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional.
Alright.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
What? Who's saying this? It's my forward base for the coastal part of this operation.
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of seagulls. Far below the birds, A wooden boardwalk filled with abandoned stands, tables and benches, echoes from a long-lost time. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum on the wall.
Thank you, strange sensation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
Ooh. Okay. I can't look under the floorboards. I don't have that option. Let's see what Kim thinks of my shaven face. Will he even comment on it? Looks like that's a no. Oh well. I just wanted Senpai to notice me. What are these doing in the fish? Oh, boots, yes. We'll talk to that person in a sec. Wait, can... Okay, kelpfish. Hello, lady.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
As always, I am the Lawbringer.
You've graduated to Lawbringer now?
Yes.
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything. So what brings you here, Lawbringer?
Yeah, I've got a question.
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. What are the other ones?
Why do they call you Netpicker? Nice sword.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
It's
Alright.
a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Indeed.
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Oh, do they now? Let's see. Borrow that sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. It would put me in an early grave.
So where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where's your husband?
Gone.
Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Okay.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later.
I saw a bloated corpse yesterday.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death. What kind of weird reply is that? You should have thrown yourself in the waves after him. It's healthy to know. Given our current situation, I don't think that we'd actually say this last one.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Oh. So, okay, Kim's presence makes this awkward. We need a good date spot. Is that your boat, though?
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
I'm looking for a scientist.
Let's see. I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals mainstream scientists do not exist.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Snowmen?
2 old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Where'd they go?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
That's it.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Later, lady. We need a good date spot. Not over there. Let's go kick down that girl's sandcastle. It's not very good anyway.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
Well, let's take our gloves.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Can I wear these? Oh, yes. What do my current boots do? Yeah, I think we'll...
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away. as the plates reorient to your motions.
Decked out in future armor like a cop ought to be.
The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you.
Can't get a full suit of it though. I let the boots slip away.
You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability.
Alright.
2. Are you sure you're correct there? There was a helmet too. 3 pieces more like. You were ambitious.
That's
it may
true.
be a while before you have all the pieces. In the meantime, you should analyze the armor. Figure out its vulnerabilities. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
Does that tell me that I will have to do such a fight at some point? Interesting. Okay, this must be the church. Mazout. Oh no, this is the church. What was that other building? A factory? A drawbridge. Okay, can we lower this drawbridge?
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Push it.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
Yeah, I will. I have to look at all of these poles, though. Of course, they're full of money. Nice.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of...
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Sure.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
Oh.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Very well. Oh no, I didn't mean to leave. I thought that was just like a mat. I was going to try checking under it. Let me back in there.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair
Look at this portrait.
holds up a Harman Welsh tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says,
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega!
All right.
Here comes the night!
What? Oh, okay.
The young man with the tape.
This is hardcore. It's
Is it?
hardcore! Skibbity, skibber danger. I am the rearranger.
Very well.
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
If I want to speak to you.
I suck at socialising, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in, get a reading on your sign.
Okay.
The young man picks up a thin metal saw blade and nods. You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
There is definitely something futuristic about his hair, aggressively so. You get the sense that this is what the future will look like.
Sure.
Imbecilic, yes, should the future ever come, it will look deeply imbecilic, like this guy.
Shake his hand.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
An egghead. Egg!
Egg!
Together with a Cell Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Oh.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
Well, that's fine.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
Narcomania?
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended. Dopeheads!
Burnouts.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol. Strike that! The world!
I love that guy.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
What's really this about?
They're spooky.
What do you mean?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, Their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Sure.
All right, man.
Well, yeah, what's the status of the church?
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Well, yeah, how long have you guys locked them in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
What?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
Sure.
I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid cop, now would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you.
Probably.
He nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of...
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Catch it.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Thanks, man.
The speed freak nods to you.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
What's the deal with Egghead?
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies.
What's that?
You know, a host, a declaimer of slogans. He's a performer, gets the people going.
Interesting, sire. A bit like you, then. An MC for short.
How do you communicate with him?
Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
What?
Yeah, sometimes. When I, stumble and find my way into his centre, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first, though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Who are the Ecclesiastes?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
I'm not gonna bother.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation. Yes? As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
Back to the heavyweight jam. Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
Internally coherent.
All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
Is it though?
It is.
But is it? I mean, really?
I am the Mike Enforcer. I am the Chicks Checker. Yeah!
What?
We're close. True, hard, full, car. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore!
Is it though?
One mind, one spirit. There's no...
We will
We're
figure
club
this
true.
out.
Hardcore! Hardcore internally. Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3. Yakokata, the place to be. It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion, the spirit is what you feel. We're club true, hard, full, hardcore, yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yegs and args. This produces a guttural Gotwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from. Judging by his name, could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
Am I?
You know about him?
You know Van Eyck?
Heck yeah.
Wow.
The skinny wraith looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I! So am I!
Oh, is that why they call you Egghead? Because...
Egghead to the mega! The K became the G! The boy became the man!
Okay.
The Advent?
So we still have to solve the egghead puzzle. We have to sync signs with Noi. Sure.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid? That's fine, man. But I've got to warn ya, our signs are still off. It'll take some time for me to get my psi on.
Okay.
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
Sure. I'll help these fellas out and then maybe we'll be able to get somewhere. Maybe their compatriot outside will shed some light on things.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
She must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks, posse. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold.
Oh.
You bet this one likes to party.
Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat? You must be Estelle.
That's my name. I take it you have met the others. Did they tell you about the church and the club thing?
Yeah.
Will you help us?
Yeah.
Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
Where's your hat?
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
You should have a hat on.
So should you.
I have a visor on. That's a hat. I do.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
It's nice.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Is that really necessary?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
Tell me more about your friends.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Sorry. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
Fair enough. Alright.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
What's that device?
this is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Okay.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Recording, I guess.
What are you recording?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
You need headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
Take this, you're called.
Aww.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Sure, here's my hat.
Thanks. Yeah, the boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
Yeah, Andre and the guys, inside the tent.
And why is that?
Yeah, why are you out here?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Didn't you see it yourself? It's mostly music stuff, like this tape recorder, but bigger.
Like those headphones?
Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Well, that sucks.
Go ahead. It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Jeez. We need to put on a new hat. Why did we give her that hat? That's fine. I'll wear Dick Mullen's hat for now.
You see that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody?
Him? Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. I wanted to have that seagull conversation. Okay, so what is in this abandoned shack? Stunt Brune. Ooh, a rock. What's this? Engine for blood. god, this place is enormous.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
What is
the
this?
door?
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
Service what?
Probably something that is no longer there.
It may have been used to service an aerostatic battleship in the atmosphere, or a fortification, like a sea fort in the bay.
Okay, we'll have to come back to do that check. For now, let's look at this, this building right here. Is this the church? What is this? Yeah, okay, this is a church. So what was over
Heavy
here?
wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation.
Open.
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Freeing these people who've been locked away. Bark beetles. Spruce bark beetles. Well, it looks like there's already some, like, sound equipment. Radio frequencies.
The silence in this part of the church,
What the
it's
heck?
almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even
Whoa.
your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. Sounds like the Pale.
How do I know what the pale sounds like?
From recordings of the Far Pale. You've heard them. We all have. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Yeah.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
What?
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Kim, what's happening?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Almost nothing.
The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises.
That sounds weird.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Let's try and look.
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
What? On the ceiling?
Yes, the darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away.
Follow its movements.
It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
Blank.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Sure.
The shadow is a man. A man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently.
Who's there?
The man leans forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be all right. You come to the right place.
That is not what I expected him to sound like.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol.
What are you doing?
I'm here to receive the mother's love. You can too, Holmes. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
I'm already sober, man.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Yeah, okay.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it.
I'm actually here on behalf of some young people.
I know it's hard to admit that you have a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look at the damage Albino was doing to my mind and my spirit.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
I'm already sober, guys.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes.
Yeah, Holmes.
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege, saving perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Do you know where the other spooker is?
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
And it's a viejita.
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Age is just a number.
You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Okay. Okay, I kind of like the scarf. Let's keep the scarf on. Oh, there's +2 drama. We'll keep the bow tie on. I like the scarf better, though. Oop. Are these shoes? Okay, sweet. Huh. Yeah, I think it is recording.
A machine stands in the corner. watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect, a model number RC7024, equipped with a Fell mainframe and a Ream-compatible interim printer. The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect is equipped with better noise attenuation circuits.
Okay. I don't want to break it just yet.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. The ocean feels distant, its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive.
Not possible to live.
As that great and desperate thought passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Yeah, how did I know this?
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her terriers, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb. In icons such as this, she was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacific, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role. which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
I'm a Lieutenant W. Freighter, thank you very much. Which is somehow connected to the case.
She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case. None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast, this isn't a good place to get lost in.
A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both. Unknown. A motor carriage, a gunshot, someone falling into it, or maybe just hooligans looking for something to break. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen Her Innocence Day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. Justice, union, prudence, and force. Eyes cool.
The mother of humanism towers above you.
So I don't think we have what we need to maybe screw with that radio computer just yet. Dead phone. Oh yes, tons of bottles.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Why did I smell it? Let's take a closer look.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
Could have been multiple seagulls.
A poet could write a dozen verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh. You should still take it.
Oh, I will. Filthy jacket acquired. Time to investigate.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How'd it get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
I can.
Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try.
Think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
What is the crust made of?
Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night. The faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind or how many. Suffice to say, the jacket spent some time on the ground before someone draped it over the railing.
Okay.
The crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it then? Somewhere, high above the city, a pair of seagulls trace loops through the air. They are like the bombardiers of the aerostatic brigades, gliding above a target-rich environment. All of a sudden, the bomb bay doors open, and their white glittering payload rushes to the ground. Splat, an explosion of white on a man's shoe. A curse goes up, but the birds do not hear.
Yes, I understand the jacket now.
The worn map features the patchwork. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. There is no why.
Okay, so I guess I'll just hold on to that. Maybe it'll have some use in the future. Ooh. Prescription glasses. Cool person. Hello.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Familiar?
It doesn't help. You can still smell it. Keep it in now. Don't overreact.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness.
Is that a dead body?
Only
It's
death
not a
smells
person.
like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. The signs of decaying meat. It announces itself from 24 meters away. A warning. A memento mori.
Head up, Kim.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Ah, dead body.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper, 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka, and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two.
Oh, okay.
No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
I'll look at the dead body in a second.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
So did he just get like his legs stuck in the boardwalk and then he couldn't
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Take a look at his head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
Ew.
This is what killed him.
Well, yeah.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Very well.
Revachol spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home.
That wouldn't work.
The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
Yeah, we don't know.
We do know that he was married.
Well, no, just having a ring doesn't mean that he's married necessarily.
But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. Although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What do we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our
I take the case, man. Yeah, what about a field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me.
Okay.
I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
Sure.
Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Yeah.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by.
Sweet. Oh, we have so much stuff to do. Yeah, what is this building? Oh, what is that? Oh, is that a working phone? They did say there was a working phone here.
A metal payphone under... You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
It's me, Pierre.
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died.
What? That's not good.
Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice, it's different.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves. What?
Okay. We don't need to dial random numbers. No, 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 no. What was that thought bubble? Whoa, who are you?
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like
Let's
this
try to
for
see
40
inside.
years. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea.
We know Kim's not so good at looking at stuff, but let's ask him anyway.
No, I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
That's fine, man. Take a look at this.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
So, why are you over here, dude?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance.
How do you know Kim's name?
Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
Worms.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother.
What?
You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
It wasn't much of a conversation.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't have time for him. Oh. Did you find morale? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Got some delicious magnesium. Okay. Ticket taker booth.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Even more bullet holes.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them.
Firing squad.
A dozen at least. Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze.
Why would you use automatic
A single
rifles for that,
person
though?
stands on the side. The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand, your skin. The order was carried out in the afternoon.
Why was there an alien with these people? That's not a human head.
A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust.
How
They
am
were
I
not sitting,
telling this from
a
visual
common
calculus?
practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Leeches, fleas, and thieves, all the freeloader scum living off the hard work of others. Such is your belief. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
That's interesting. I wonder if I have enough money to get those speakers. Just about. I don't have to worry about paying Dart or anything. This is wonderful. Oh. No pallet escapes me. Okay, so now we can talk to this feller. I guess this is Morel and his friend. What's my current hat too? Yeah, we'll wear that. Okay, I kind of like the clean shaven face here, I just don't like it on the portrait. Alexa, please stop. I should probably get off. Yeah. I think I'm done for the day. Though I could probably play this for like another couple hours. I'm really enjoying it. Well, later. Thank you for hanging with me a little bit.